Looks like we're live. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for coming by. If you check out this video later, right now, just doing my regular intro. We're going to be focused on, for the next handful of days, as you can see, I've added a little timer above me here. There's a couple competitions that I'm hoping to enter. We're going to be focused on AI generating content, and we're going to make a 60-second piece and a minute and a half. Should have checked the other one. 90 seconds, so yeah, a minute and a half. Up to 90 seconds, so we can technically submit the same thing twice. Just if we make 60 seconds for LTX Studios, we should be able to submit with Artlist. It doesn't seem like there's very many conditions to that one. Hopefully, yeah, you can see the second camera there. Oh, forgot I had that. This is what I'm looking at on my other machine here. Just some of the rules and contest regulations. Not that you can read it, but just want to make sure. Yeah, I don't think there's any limits there. So, anyways, so for now we are using LTX. So let's get that going. We're probably going to start with character creation. The other thing is, I'm not exactly sure what we're making. I probably should have figured this out before coming to the stream, but hopefully a couple people will hop in and we can kind of jam on what this thing should be to win this contest. This is the wrong document. Okay, so I forgot we had that one. Let's get a little side note here. Actually, I'm going to make it in this one. We are doing AI contest. What are we making? Intro. Now for LTX, what kind of music do we need to use? Let's tell your story, bring your fields must be 100, generate an LTX, external post-production editing allowed. Fields must be longer than 60 seconds, 3 teammates per 1 film. Some great tutorials there. Music. So I think music, competition info. Yeah, I think music we're good. What I'm saying music is because Evelyn's intro heavily relied on a song made by Fred again. I think it's called Jungle. Oh no, give me a second. That's Fred. Yeah. Could be Jungle. Yeah, it might be Jungle. Yeah, it's Jungle. So So, if we're not going to use that Artlist, we don't need to be a member of Artlist, but if we do sign up, then maybe yeah, they don't have it. They'll give us access to AI voiceover, which is supposed to be pretty good. Music. Holy Hannah. I marked the stream not for kids, right? I don't understand those pictures sometimes. I should have really took my hair. Sorry, guys. She a mess. What was I doing? We were just checking to see if the view count went up weird. Hopefully I'm streaming. Not gonna bother right now. Crap, what was I doing? Totally dirt. Music. Yeah, I think we were looking at music. Something like Fred again. Yeah, because this wasn't loading. Getting distracted by pictures. So it's kind of techno rock. I like gaming. Let's try that first. Technology trailer. Should be able to play these songs. Oh, actually, what we can do is 60 seconds as well. Let's see if we can get a banger.
I literally take everything and make it my private game.
I gotta look at this. Instrumental. Put me in your arms, baby. Yo, yo, yo. It's the same beat, isn't it? Or did I just click the same one? Weird. I wonder what some of the tracks I had. Project for my other edit. I know it's probably, well, I don't know, but I think it's definitely a minute and something. Had an emotional edit that I was working on. playing with some glow effects, rotoring and with glow. Ugh, couldn't spit that out. And looks like some trippy effects as well. Yeah, minute. Oh, we got one that's a minute here. Triumph. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Excuse me. Hiya. Alright, let's give the Triumph a try. And Pulsar.
Suit up and block all the exits. You wanna test your luck, we getting reckless. Ain't no turning back, quitting not an option. Ready or not, you better get locked in. No mercy, coming through like a cyclone. Behind enemy lines, make it in my home. Stealth mode, we be moving through shadows. Look up, we rain down like arrows. Bow down to the king, cause you know you're about to triumph. We got a lot to say the game and we all.
Not rendered.
To the
And
king,
it's
'cause
quarter
you
of the
know you're about
quality.
to triumph. We got a lot to say
It's
the
not
game and
rendered.
we always on a high.
Do you like that one?
Music bed.
It's didn't obviously not lined up to the edit. It looks like I was tailoring it towards these other ones.
Suit up and block all the home. Stealth mode. To the game and we always on a high. Yeah, you better think twice for the other gon' try us. Light it up cause we're bringing on fire. Cause you keep popping out them diamonds. When the smoke clean up, we gon' triumph. Triumph.
Music bed.
It's a dope track. Bring your edge. Film's supposed to be longer than 60 seconds. Wonder if there's any. Oh, actually, let's watch the webinar here and see if there's any examples. Or who the judges are, because if we know who they are, then we can maybe tailor content towards them.
To ask questions, and we want to answer all of the questions. So before everything, just notice that
opinion. So that's why we have medics here to help answer them as we're going, and E.V.E for keeping an eye on the competition, questions and clarifications. My role today, I'm going to just try to show an overview of the platform and focusing specifically on the areas that will be helpful for the competition. And one note about that is with so many people on the webinar, and when we also will be posting this there's going to be a mixture of people that are experts and some that are very new. So we'll try to span the gap today between showing some basics of the platform and some overviews, as well as showing a few tips and tricks that are deeper. But please feel free to add more things in the chat. That's why we have free folks here, so we can span all the questions.
So I guess you guys should be able to see this, right?
To the questions that pop up.
This is kind of cool, hopefully.
Stories you want to make.
Yeah, there we go.
So, like,
See the tutorial that we're watching?
Ultimately, it is worth saying, like, you'll find out when you go through
this.
The process of making something like this and shipping something means you use the platform in a way that's deeper than when you're just playing around with it. So you'll encounter all the edge cases and the limitations, and we want to be here to respond. So try joining our Discord, collaborate with the community, to chat with us. But hopefully the webinar will clear up today about the general basic parts of it. And before we dig into about the idea, I do want to say, like, the 60-second film competition, it's a lot about brevity and, you know, expressing a good story in a short amount of time. And
good story in a short amount of time.
Really economical in how it uses, you know, your videos and assets. But nothing beats, you know, just a really good story itself. So spend some time playing around with what you're going to communicate. Personally, today, for example, I wanted to go through the whole process to make it as representative as possible to what you'll be doing. So I try to make a story idea. It is easier to show people that
Sorry, I'm going to go back.
We want to be here to respond. So try joining our Discord to collaborate with the community, to chat with us. But hopefully the webinar will clear up today about the general basic parts of it. And before we dig into about the idea, I do want to say, like, the 60-second film competition, it's a lot about brevity and, you know, expressing a good story in a short amount of time and cutting things down so that it's really economical in how it uses rather than when you're just playing around with it. So you'll encounter all the edge cases and the limitations, and we want to be here to respond. So try joining our Discord to collaborate with the community, to chat with us. But hopefully the webinar will clear up today about the general basic parts of it. And before we dig into about the idea, I do want to say, like, the 60-second film competition, it's a lot about brevity and, you know, expressing a good story in a short amount of time and cutting things down so that it's really economical in how it uses, you know, your videos and assets. But nothing beats, you know, just a really good story itself. So spend some time playing around with what you're going to communicate. Personally, today, for example, I wanted to go through the whole process to make it as representative as possible to what you'll be doing. So I try to make a story idea. It is easier to show people that in context of a story you're making versus just demoing the thing. If you're completely stuck, you can ask, like, ChatGPT for ideas. But honestly, I often get ideas in the generation process itself. So I'll walk you through one of them. Before we dig into that, I want to give a brief overview of the platform here. So you can see here on the main panel here, we have an image generation space, a motion generation space, this generating storyboard way where you can put in a script or some bullet points and generate a story through that. Or you can start with a blank storyboard, start from scratch and build it shot by shot. You can also train actors here. I'll spend a lot of time on the generation workspaces, generating images with Flux, and generating motion with Google VO2 degree and our own model LTX E.V.E. And since this is a really constrained story, you'll probably end up using blank storyboard because if you create a full script, it'll give you so many shots, and you really want to be precise and economical with your shot selection. But let me show you what it looks like when you're still getting, like, the art direction and your inspiration in the first place. So as you're going in, let's say you're generating some images. So we'll start here, and
this is what I'm worried about. That it says it has to be generated in LTX Studios, but, like, does my images need to be generated? I couldn't find it out. So I guess maybe going into the Discord.
Just started with some really basics around the art direction, like an 8-bit astronaut. And so here I just typed in a simple prompt, and you'll notice that on the bottom there's an image and video tab, so you can toggle between these. I'm getting a variety of shots here. And it's worth saying that I'll toggle between these. Let me drop a new. I'll drop a new tab here so we can look at some things side by side. Oops, I do app. So we'll look at some things side by side. So when you're going through the image generation space, it'll give you more variety. If you're going straight through be a little bit more, I'll type
What's going on
story
here?
here. If you're creating from scratch, you can just type in a project name, and if you do a few shot selections like your style, aspect ratio, style references, and click start. But this is the fastest way to drop in. But as we go through the generation space and art direction, if I were to type in a similar prompt like 8-bit astronaut, you're getting one storyboard here, and you can build them out again and again. But in the image generation space, you'll get a lot more variety, and so I'd actually encourage people to start around there. So it's a faster, more iterative way to get your ideas and kind of play around with your concepts. And so I usually only storyboard things once I have some concepts to go with. And so we'll start in this space before we talk about the storyboarding area. Once you generate a example image, you can do a lot of really fun things. So for example, I could obviously do another round. I could play around with different ones, and I can say, hey, I want more like this, and click that. You can also, which is my personal favorite thing and most powerful thing, I think, is that you can use the images as a reference and say, give me more like this. So I can say, use this as a reference. So you can either
Hopefully this doesn't annoy people if you're here.
Something so fun and easy, or you can click this button here,
Possibly.
and that uses that as a reference image. So I can say, hey, this shot, but let's change the lighting.
Sorry, I'll slow her down. Let me know.
This area really understands the photo, and so you can be very surgical. So I can say, for example, this, but make the sun purple. Or I could say, I'll do that, and then I'll do this, but make it so there are 2 astronauts. Cool. Things. But let's change that uses that as a reference image. So you can click this button here, and that uses that as a reference image. So I can say, hey, this shot, but let's change the lighting, change the location, change the subject.
Interesting.
Add these things. This area really understands the photo, and so you can be very surgical. So I could say, for example, this, but make the sun purple. Or I could say, I'll do that, and then I'll do this, but make it so there are 2 astronauts. So this way, you can start with playing around with ideas, and it's a really good way of getting your art direction, getting inspired. And I think part of the process with AI is these happy accidents. So you have an idea, you start playing around with it, and then you are agile with this as your co-pilot to play around with it and get some inspiration back from your inputs. And that's where you're using your taste as a creator to understand, is this closer or further away from my vision? I'll show a few more tips and tricks here on the image gen space, but E.V.E. or Medix, anything you want to jump in on before I do a few other things like video and style reference and stuff like that?
I've been answering questions.
Yeah.
I have to say, my ability to hear and write is minimal. I'm gonna try better, but I don't have any comments so far.
No pressure. No, I'll keep something ahead. I just didn't want to do a monologue, but yeah, there are
For sure,
questions.
I'll try also to fall back in every
No,
once in a
you're
while.
You can pop down, but feel free to interject if there's anything you want to show visually. But let me just talk about my story. So, fun fact, when I was playing around with this, I went on ChatGPT and I was thinking all right, what are some stories with an astronaut? And it didn't really give me anything that I really liked. But I started playing around with this, and I found something that was kind of fun where I had a picture kind of like this, but I'll say this, but put a black hole in the background. And I was playing around with some different styles, and there was one that came out that had a black hole in the background. And I thought, man, wouldn't it be cool to have a short story where this 8-bit astronaut is out on a spacewalk, but his tether breaks, he gets sucked into a black hole, and then on the other side of the black hole, he turns into a photorealistic human astronaut. And I thought it'd be a really fun short story, not too much of a plot there, but just something to demo. And so I'll go through some of my image generation so you can see, and I'll walk through really
Expressing a good story. That's a great story.
So all the way up here, this is on the right, is your kind of history of your generations. And so I can show you where I started. These are previous projects. This is where I started. And I saw some things, and I was like, I kind of like this art direction. It'd be fun to make a story where this astronaut is on a spacewalk. I really like some of these. And let's say that the astronaut on spacewalk
60-second story.
and the tether breaks and they get sucked into.
So I don't know if the trailer qualifies as a story.
So I started generating some things, getting some images, and one thing I want to really show is that it's really helpful from a story perspective to keep using and like daisy chaining your previous image reference to get the next shot. So I'll give you an example here. I did this. I said use this as the reference, so plop it in here, and I said give me a shot where we can see this astronaut, but on the outside of this ship. So basically, you can keep taking each shot and say, and this happens next, and this happens next, and you can keep a really easy continuity there. And so if you can see, for my prompts, I said on the left here, you can see the prompts. Show me what the inside of the airlock would look like on this ship. So you can see I was basically saying like, show me the astronaut inside, and I'd use that reference image, and I'd say, now show me this, show me that. So you can use that to kind of build out your story. And I built it out so the astronaut, floated around, and then I zoomed in on the rope and made the rope break, and then I had the astronaut slowly get sucked into this black hole. Sometimes you have to really push it, like it just wouldn't want to show this astronaut getting sucked into the black hole, and it even gave me like a not safe for work point, I don't know why. But then eventually you push it, you can just try different prompts, and then once the astronaut got sucked in, I wanted to show different styles. So here's a really good way to to talk through that. You can obviously to change styles, you can just change it with your words. For example, you can change things like location, lighting, enhance with these things, shift your color palette. But you can also take something and say, like you can describe your style. Like in here, I said, give me this astronaut but in photorealistic style. I also want to point out though, like if you're just making an astronaut, like astronaut. By default, it'll be cinematic, but you can choose some styles down here at the bottom that are kind of pre-trained and really fun. So these are some pre-trained ones. Like if you want a vintage astronaut, you can do that, and you'll get like a cool older look. You can also these are more like since they are kind of pre-trained, they're pretty reliable. But you can bring
Hand drawn, interesting. So I can maybe make
so
the scavenger style.
Anything at all. Like I actually really like these shots.
Gotta write that down
that you
before I
have the
forget.
rights to, and drop it in here. You can also use royalty-free images, for example, royalty-free stock sites.
If I can spell, holy.
And you can just drag and drop it in here. So the difference is when you're using style reference, it's using that as the context of what to generate. So I can say this, but remove the moon in the background. So you can kind of surgically change it when you're using style, the image reference here. You can use that to change your shot. And then for style reference, it's only pulling the colors and style. It's not the it's really limiting to just the actual style of the image. So here you can see we can even make some really precise changes, like removing these movies here. So okay, that's a little bit about how you can start with art direction, play around with different styles. Remember, you can pull in anything, like any royalty-free image, you can pull in and play around with many different styles and get inspiration. Once you have that, I actually like to storyboard these out. It really helps me just get a sense for my story and helps me understand what I'm going to do. As a quick note, and almost a word of caution, I wouldn't rely on the storyboard area to generate all your image or videos, and we'll come back to that. We'll show how you do video generation here. So for example, you have a lot of power here with changing the video models that you use, and we'll show you when and where to use them. But as a very quick preview, let's just say I wanted to do like Google VO2 and use this as a starting frame. I can drag and drop like that. I love that little animation, by the way. And I can just say, the astronaut walks slowly in the desert. So you can
come together.
Videos really easily. For example, with this button create video, it will drag it into that image reference section. And it's worth noting though, real quick, that all of these settings, whether you're image or video, they're all very sticky. So once I, for example, turn the audio off, like video is one of the models that has audio by default, so sound effects as I'm walking. If I turn it off, every generation will be off from now on. Or if I change the time setting, or the aspect ratio, these all stick. And so keep an eye on the settings because I guarantee some of you will generate lots of stuff and realize, oh, the sound is on, I didn't want to be on or something. So we'll come back to the video, we talk about when we're using the model. But for now, I want to show you what I do next in my process. Like, I'm starting to get some inspiration of what my story will be, so I like to storyboard out. So we'll go back. Like I said, you can jump in here and you can get bullet points. You can say like, scene 1, this happens, and you can bullet point out or copy and paste something straight here, and this will create a storyboard for you. But since we're doing a very constrained project, just 60 seconds, I would actually encourage people to start with the blank storyboard. So and this will next to my process, like, I'm starting to get some inspiration of what my story will be, so I like to storyboard out. So we'll go back. Like I said, you can jump in here and you can get bullet points. You can
What do you click on?
just like, I'm starting to get some inspiration of what my story will be, so I like to storyboard out. So we'll go back. Like I said, you can jump in.
Here.
Here, and you can get bullet points. You can say, like, scene one, this happens. And you can bullet point out or copy and paste something, a script here.
That was weird. I had a feeling it was going to do something. Maybe have ChatGPT. Maybe have ChatGPT format your idea into script form. Ugh. Gotta get me another energy drink.
Here. And this will create a storyboard for you. Since we're doing a very constrained project, just 60 seconds, I would actually encourage people to start with the blank storyboard. So here, you can just give it a title. You can add characters, but you can do it later. We'll come into the section of characters and what it's used and how to use them. But I'll go to, when I created my project, was like Cosmo Astronaut project. I did a really simple storyboard, so I'll jump into that. I again started with this astronaut, in the spaceship, going on the spacewalk, seeing the nebula, the rope then it breaks, the astronaut is pulled into the black hole, and then we have this dramatic scene where it shifts to realism, and the astronaut goes back to the ship, and then we'll eventually, realize that it is in the robot. So we're going to stick all together, but I just want to show you, once you get your art direction, I honestly find it really helpful to map out all the pieces of the story so you can kind of keep it straight in your head. This will benefit you later because if you go over to the timeline section here, up top,
I'm just gonna timestamp that because that was really helpful. I actually need to take a picture.
it will take a storyboard and make a default timeline. But no, just want to show you, once you get your art direction, I honestly find it really helpful to map out all the pieces of the story so you can kind of keep it straight in your head. This will benefit you later because if you go over to the timeline section here, up top, it will take a storyboard and make a default timeline. But no, it's worth the rope then it breaks, the astronaut gets pulled into the black hole, and then we have this dramatic scene where it shifts to realism, and the astronaut goes back to the ship, and then we'll eventually realize that it is in the robot. So we're going to stick all together, but I just want to show you, once you get your art direction,
Ugh.
I honestly find it really helpful to map out all the pieces of the story so you can kind of keep it straight in your head. This will benefit you later because if you go over to the timeline section here, up top, it will take a storyboard and make a default timeline. But no, it's worth turning all these into videos in the first place. One thing I do, even though it doesn't always work well, I just do it to see what, like a starting point. I click generate motion. So for example, when you add one of these shots, I'll just do one here randomly. When I'm uploading a shot, I'll put something here. I don't know if you can see my screen when I'm uploading, but when you drop in a shot, by default it's a static image. And you can generate motion with one click here. But it won't be the best. I would play around with things in the motion generation workspace and then drag them into the timeline to get the videos you want, and then we'll show that. But to recap, I would use the image in space to get your art direction, understand what you're going for, and this inspiration, play around with it. And then as you start to coalesce into what your idea is, I would then pull it into a storyboard so you can kind of get an understanding of your project. Next, I'll show things like video generation timeline. But yeah, I just want to pause and make sure if there's any questions that are relevant to highlight before we move on to the motion and timeline parts.
I saw some questions regarding consistency, and Google showed that have a storyboard for both characters, locations, and everything. I just maybe want to pop back to the gen space, to our image generation space, to show how you can also use flex context for these. So once you have this astronaut that you have used for the image reference, you can see on the left side, you can just add any any textual prompt to mention what you want this character to do, or how you want to change this. So it's also editing the same photo, but you can also use this photo as a reference to keep consistency. So if it's a location, you can put this image as a reference and use it to achieve consistency and to generate over and over some results for what you want. So you can, for example, you can just upload an image that looks like Mars and then just repeatedly use it to generate the same location. And you could do the same with characters, actors, and even objects. So if you upload an image instead of this astronaut on the left to the prompt of, say, an object, of a person, then you can then later on mention in the prompt section how you want to use these as a consistent shot that you will generate over and over using this reference. A small hack that we will also implement soon is that you can also stitch two images together. For instance, you can take this one actor, like a person, as a reference, stitch it next to the location, and then describe what you want to achieve out of these two as references. So you can stitch a few different images, upload it as one reference to this prompt section, and then describe what you want to achieve out of it. And it will give you a lot of consistency capabilities. So this is another way you can achieve consistency in a lot of different, from a lot of different perspectives: location, objects, people, etc. And part of it will show you how you can also achieve that in the storyboard section.
Yeah, so those are all great tips, and I'll recap something I just mentioned above about like me daisy chaining my shots together to get to there. But another tip, E.V.E. had a good one about like stitching two images together so you can get them as one reference image. But even if you are kind of shifting, like here you can see I started with I was playing on art direction, I like this one, and so I said, give me this but remove the moons and remove the moons, and I can animate any shot I want. I can also say give me this but add a moon over, so you can use the reference image to keep pushing the story further. Like if this astronaut stops moving over, I said move closer to it. And when you need to kind of break the narrative daisy chain of this, then this, then this, then this, you can still use style reference. So as an example, I'm just gonna take a quick screenshot of this to show you an example. I could say like, if I just said, show me a deep hole in the desert sand, if I just said something like that, it will probably give me too broad of a variety. Like, do you see the big difference in the style? I can do something like this, like change it to vintage, but it's still really missing what I would be going for. But here is where you can say like, you can either use this and say like, show me this landscape, but just close up of a hole in the desert sand. You can still use the context and reference image of your like universe and just change a lot of stuff about it. Or you could just say you can remove that and just use the style reference. So I can just drag and drop my style reference, which I took a screenshot of. So here, for example, I put my style reference there, and you can adjust the strength, and I can just say like, show me a flat desert landscape. So you can. Oops, I dropped it. Sorry, one second. There. Apply. So you can see the difference of like I can use my style reference to get something and just remove all the stuff or add stuff. You can really go crazy with the style reference or with the image reference, or you can just purely pull out the style. Like if you want to push the story in a different direction, but you still like the overall colors, etc. There's a lot of options here to kind of push and pull to get the direction you want. On a more practical basis, like I said above here, when I was first playing out my little spaceman story, I started out with a really broad, some basic stuff. But once I figured out what I wanted to do, if you notice how I prompt things, if you notice in the top or the left here, I just say like, show me this, but now show the astronaut jumping out in space with a tether. I said I used this, I said this, but make the tether white, and then make this, and I said show me the outside of the spaceship. So you can basically keep using the image reference, and then it will. By the way, as a quick hack, if you put these parameters, you can go back to your previous thing, and it will just do the exact generation here. So you can see for this one, I said show me the outside of the ship, and I said show me close up. So I just was kind of using the context to push my story seamlessly. So that's one way to keep consistency. The other way to keep consistency will show is with training your actors and making a mini model to get like a really specific actor if you want them in many different scenes and shots. This is probably the quickest way to get like negative consistency when you're storyboarding out something.
For that, I had some questions about the stitching, so I think I might show an example of one minute.
Move forward, right? Like you can stitch together multiple things, upload it as one image, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see that over here, this is literally an image that I uploaded. Like, no references were taken over here. But like this is, as you can see here, I hope you can see that. I literally just stitched together two images and uploaded it. So stitching is basically like copy and pasting into a grid. You can use it in good old Paint as well. If you're using Adobe Illustrator or any online software, you can also just stitch. And then this was for the video, and it's for to be the find this image of the horse.
Yeah, another good example, I can even show it on the screen too. Like, you take one actor, open up Keynote or PowerPoint, take another actor, just copy paste both people, and they won't look natural. But then just show me these folks playing a coffee shop. And so, like, you really don't need to be that precise. I might even do that real quick while you're doing it, just to.
Oh yeah, I already saw it, but here you go. You can see this is the reference image that I used. Then if I pop back into here, I edit, bunch of examples. I have my horses here that I stitched. This is you can do like what I said, you use Google Slides and then just paste it one next to the other, and then download it, edit, open it, and then I just wrote in the image space, use the floral for the horses.
Yeah.
So you just prompt what you want to achieve out of the image that you inputted, and it will just create it. It will just understand what you want to achieve, and this is a very cool way of using stitching. You can see sometimes it gives you still the right side of the background, but you can remove it later and just use it.
Actually, just to show a few examples, like use that as a reference image and say, show the horse on the left with the full skin, but in a field, like in a meadow or something. So like it might take a few, but honestly, it's not that hard. Once you get both things in the context window, you can just use that, and it's it has it in its small space, and you can kind of keep pushing it. And so it might take a few generations, but I've done that with like putting two characters in a certain scene, stuff like that. But again, adding character work, I think you want to use the actors feature, which we'll get to. This is kind of there you go, yeah, worked.
Yeah, so you just need to iterate over it and slowly get it.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Let me go back to sharing 1 second. I also have so many tabs open. Okay, cool. Alright, so going back, like that's a great one. Again, like as a quick hack to get two things in the context window. You can get kind of endless things you make. Like, look, I'll do. You can take a screenshot for example. This is super hacky, but watch this. Like, show me different characters and suits. I can just do this, and then I can take a screenshot of these 6 things and put those. These are not the best prompt, but you can take a screenshot of like many things and drop that into the context window, and now all those things are loaded into the context window. So as I said, you can like stitch these. Like I've never tried this, but let's see. We'll just do a screenshot of these two and say like show me this astronaut and his rover next to a hole in this hole. Insane. I don't get too sidetracked, but this is a quick way just to show that like you can kind of pull anything into the context window, you might need to push it a little bit, but you can get there pretty rapidly. And then I just kind of daisy chain one shot to the next. So like now I've got the rover in this hole. Yeah, so like, it's a really hacky way. Like I keep playing with it. I would do like this, and I'd say you can just change whatever you want. I can say turn this into a sunset in the background or whatever. You can keep playing with it and pushing it, and that's what I use to get kind of my story from spot to spot. So now we have it. If I go back to our project, we have our Cosmo project. One quick note, by the way, is you notice the title scene thing I did here. That's very easy. If you want a quick title scene, you can just take anything. Let's just say the story is about this like ever expanding hole in the desert that the astronaut stumbles upon. Like the astronaut lands, this hole just keeps expanding and collapsing the whole Earth. We can just take something and say, use that as a reference and say, turn this into a movie poster with the word upwards, desert. I'll say the desert. Over time. You can just play around with it. And generate a few examples, and you can make a title scene really easily. Play around with the text. You can even say make the text look like sand or whatever. And you can also use that to quickly generate the title graphic. So I can drop this in here and say make the text blow away as if it were sand. So here if I do that, now I can make a really quick like title sequence. So as a really quick hack, if you want to make like an end credit or opening credits, what I like to do is I go through all my generations and I find something that's visually appealing. Like I go through my little astronaut thing and I find an image that I really like the aesthetics of, like this one, and then I might say okay cool, give me this, and then add the text Cosmo as a title scene. And so it's really easy to get text, whether you're making an advertisement, a title sequence, it's really easy to get text, and here we have like the desert. That's not my favorite animation, but that was just the first try. Now we'll start to switch into when and how to use video models, because I want to show you that, and then we'll get into timelines like actually creating a story.
Crazy.
So we've shown you like the image generation and the ability to like make text and use context to get different shots. But once you want to go to making movies, like I said, the animation, I always do generate the start. I always do put generate motion on a storyboard just to see the quick timeline. So when I make my storyboard, I'm gonna zoom out real quick. I drop all these things in here just frame by frame. It's pretty easy. Like I said, you can just click this, click upload, and you'll upload any shot. I'm gonna delete this, but you can see I just made that. Now I dropped it in there. I'm gonna delete this. But once you have your story, I go through and I click generate motion just because I want to see where it's heading to. And then what I like to do also is go to timeline because I like to see what ones did well by default and which ones I spent a lot of time on. So when I go into timeline, you'll see all of your storyboard videos and images like mapped out in a sequence. Again, I have not edited these yet, so we will do it together. But you can drop in a quick soundtrack. So I might type in something like space exploration or something, or sci-fi, and you can get some fun sounds. Let me see if I share this with sound. You guys might tell me this will show up.
So it's built right into LTX for music.
So you can get some soundtracks here as well as sound effects. So we have that like rope breaking. Let's type in like rope snapping, something like this. And so you can both get like soundtracks and effects here.
I think we just heard like what your microphone heard. Maybe you're not sharing the screen.
Let me share this sound 1 second. Share sound. Now you do it here.
Awesome, thanks.
Going back to so go back to soundtrack. I typed in like soundtrack space exploration, and we'll get like a sound like this, or it must be more exciting. You can type in keywords and get whatever you want. So I just typed in some keywords around the sci-fi. I got this. And I dropped it in here. By default, when you insert it, this playhead here that you see me dragging, whenever you drop in a sound, it'll go where the playhead's going. And so keep an eye on that.
So maybe don't focus on music first.
Video layers, you can really layer your context. Again, I haven't done any editing, and so we'll get together, but I like to see where I'm at. I generate all the defaults in the storyboard and just let it play to see which ones I can fix. So we'll do that real quick. Title sequence defaults I'm on. I like the space bar. I like the space, this bar. That's cool. So it's without effort, it's starting all the important platform. Okay, so let's pause here. So it makes the stars of us know. Rope is moving. So let's fix this one together. So I'm gonna go back to I like the rest of them so far, but I'm gonna go back to this.
They did say that you can do posts, right?
And then I think I turned it up here. Give me a second to up here. So these scenes right here where the rope is supposed to snap. What I do is let's get into like this one example. If this shot is gonna show this rope snapping, what I do is I drag this into video references. Remember that so it still has the added text from the
You really make that pop. Roll with the and stuff.
You can see what these sound effects will look like, and we'll use VO which has default sound. And so I'll say the rope, phrase, and snaps. So VO is like one of the models where there is audio. You can have audio built in by default. Oh, by the way, I like the little title sequence. That's cool. The Cosmo title sequence. That's pretty cool. But then, yeah, right. That's just a one shot. But let's play out the other models because what we've done at LTX is we made these LTX models for incredibly fast iteration. So if you're letting them play for a while, but if you want to test around with different motion types, I always use the LTX V models because they're so fast and you get many different types of motion previews really quickly. You'll notice VO only gives you one result. and you have to wait a while. Like, we started that much before, but it's only finishing at the same time these other ones are finishing. So the LTX models are both faster, you can test different motion styles really quickly, and they're less computationally expensive. And so the turbo one, for example, is incredibly fast, and it is low cost for your compute power. VO is higher cost for compute power. So you might use it for something like a title sequence, but honestly, first I play around with different things, different keywords to figure out like how I want the rope to snap in the first place. Like, this looks pretty cool. This is from VO, but is that how I want it to look? Or do I want spinning around in gravity? So what I like to do is use LTX to play around with different things, and then you can use other models when you become more sure of the direction you want to go. But we'll show one thing, which is if you get a result you like from the rope snapping, like this one isn't that great, it's too static.
That's what I'm worried about. It's not unlimited.
It's okay. You can download it here, but everything you generate is in your timeline. So if we go back to our project, Cosmo, and go to timeline, if I go to insert something, like I'm going to find where the rope breaks, it's over here. Yeah, over here. So let's say I want to replace like this one, because remember the stars were playing kind of a weird way. Here. So I'm going to change this one. I can delete here. I can also open this in motion editor and keep playing around with it, so I can edit still in there. You have your options here. But again, I think I like the motion space. It works a little better. So you can still do things like create end frames. You can edit things. Like I can even go here and remove things. Like I can say, hey, I'm going to copy this end frame, and I'm going to use this tool and remove some objects. I'm going to say like remove this part of the rope or something. That was a bit easier too. So you can use tools. I don't know if that worked out well. But you can use tools to edit things. Or I could do a generative fill and make this a black hole, for example. But you have to more tool. I can do this, for example, and say a dark black spot in the star. So you can use some tools to like, edit the image. For example, you have all the same tools, but I prefer the motion workspace. It's just faster. You get faster results. So make the cancel. But let's go in our timeline area here. And all the videos we created are here to the left. So if you see me click all, I can access anything. And I'm going to go and swap out the video we made, this one. I'm going to delete this one, and I'm going to add in our recent frame one. So it'll go where the play is. So I'm going to put the play in here. And if you notice, when you hold your mouse over to the left side, the videos will autoplay. So for example, these you can see which one was which. Like you might not remember, so I just go this and see, oh, which was the one that frame that I really liked. So it was this one. So I'm going to click that one where it starts to frame break, and I'm going to add that in. I'm going to click that and click insert. So now it's here. You notice there's dual tracks. You can pull this down here. It's slightly too long, but there's dual tracks. You can have like 5 audio layers, 2 video layers. You can really do a lot. And what I like to do often is kind of zoom in and see like where's the audio changing. Like you notice here, the audio changes a little bit, and so I might make the scene line up with that. And, tweak my timeline. So you have all these really fun tools where you can kind of tweak your timeline to match up with the music. So play around with that. And sometimes you might want to have some like black space, like if when my astronaut becomes real, maybe I want to add some black space just to make it more dramatic. Like here. But you can just kind of see where music is and use the audio tools to match up your music with that. So going back towards it, we're trying to zoom through a lot of things in time here. But to recap what you have your fingertip competition is a generative workspace where you can create tons of assets, kind of bring them in generative style, bring any inspiration in that you want, and like and I just showed you can grab multiple references, pull them in, and do whatever you want with them. So you have a super powerful workspace. You can take anything and create motion out of it. And you can drag that motion into the timeline. But don't forget, I really think it is clarifying to build out your storyboard because it's very clarifying to have it kind of mapped out in your head. The last thing I'd say though about the storyboard timeline, you can sync them, but a few tips to be aware of. If you change something, like if I change a clip, you'll notice that there will be a like orange dot. Let me just change one real quick so you can see. I'm just gonna regenerate this. Well, kind of like some of these. This one, or I mean, you can always revert. So I'm gonna regenerate this one and then we'll revert it later. But if you notice here, it says in this orange dot, it says that it's not synced, for example. I can update this clip to mirror the new one I just made. So you can sync, you can update recent changes. But honestly, once I'm in the timeline, I work out of there as like the final product. Because sometimes if you try to sync them together, it might pull in stuff in your more static storyboard. So I would use the timeline as your final editor. So it's kind of following the normal production process. You're getting like your story idea and your art direction. You're playing around with characters and in motion design. Then you storyboard out your story once you have the art direction and your idea, and then you kind of go into editing and like sound design.
Oh, let's write this
Let me
down.
change one real quick so you can see. I'm just gonna regenerate this. Well, kind of like some of these. This one, or. I mean, you can always revert, so I'm going to regenerate this one, and then we'll revert it later. But if you notice here, it says in this orange dot, it says that it's not synced, for example. I can update this clip to mirror the new one I just made. So you can sync, you can update recent changes, but honestly, once I'm in the timeline, I work out of there as like the final product, because sometimes if you try to sync them together, it might pull in stuff from your more static storyboard. So I would use the timeline as your like final editor. So it's kind of following the normal production process. You're getting like your story idea and your art direction. You're playing around with characters and motion design. Then you storyboard out your story. Once you have that art direction and your idea, and then you kind of go into the editing and like sound design and stuff like that. So think about it like a production process. And speaking of that process, you can, share this project with your collaborators. So you can share it here, and that's where you actually share it with us to submit it. And you can package up all these things. If you do want to edit outside this, but for the competition, you have to use LTX Studio for all your work.
You can do post-production and share it. Like we just yeah, you can definitely do post-production. We allow that. We allow external editing if you need that. We had a few questions about bringing new assets when you post-produce and edit. So bringing in assets that you have generated within LTX Studio is not allowed. You can bring some things that like image to text. You can bring in assets that you have generated within LTX Studio is not allowed. You can bring some things.
Up all these things. If you do want to edit outside of this, but for the competition, you have to use LTX Studio for all of your work.
You can do post-production and share it. Like we just wanna, yeah, you can definitely do post-production. We allow that. We allow external editing if you need that. We had a few questions about bringing new assets when you post-produce and edit. So bringing assets that you haven't generated within LTX Studio is not allowed.
Yeah.
You can bring some things that like image to text. You can bring images that you'll use LTX Studio to animate and then use for your editing, or like interpolate some images using LTX Studio and stuff, and then use it in the editing, post-editing. But we do want to see a main project bringing together some of the assets, even if you had mostly done like images that we don't see, or you've done most of the assets you made in the motion editor or the image editor, like the spaces that Corbett showed earlier, that you just make specific assets. We ask you to open a storyboard project and upload some of the images for us to make sure that you have made those in LTX Studio and then share it with us.
Yeah.
This is our way of understanding that you have made it using LTX Studio. So.
And I just saw a question come in about like video models and and the cost of them. It's not just speed, but cost. There's one other note I'll say about the video model. So we didn't talk about VO3 yet. You'll notice here, for example, with LTX-V, I can do a start and end frame. So for example, like let's just go here real quick. So here I have I can use this as my start frame. I'm gonna make an end frame really quickly. I'm gonna say close up of this astronaut's helmet. So I can use the reference image, make an end frame. And then when I'm in video, if I'm using LTX-V, you can do start and end frames. You have a lot of power and control. So for example, now I can drag this in, I have my end frames. I can say, hey, make me a video to transition here. I want to point out, when you're using VO2, you have one image and you can use text. So it's like you have text and image reference. But when you're using VO3, you don't have that control here. And so, these models are updating all the time. We're updating our platform every week. I'm sure soon these newest models will have more control, power, and preferences like reference images. But where I use VO3, for example, is, for example, where I did use it in my project is when my astronaut became real up here, and I wanted like a photorealistic version of just deep space. I could use VO3 for that. Like, let's say that the astronaut became real and is now just floating in space. And I just wanted like some B-roll. I used VO3 for just like some space B-roll because I didn't need an image reference. It was photorealistic. I'd use it for that, but for the control alone, I would use the other models because like it's just gonna save you so much time and headache because the consistency is like so hard to manage. But VO3 is amazing at like some B-roll shots that are like complex and stuff like that. So it's a good one.
Corbett, maybe we had a lot of questions about consistency. Maybe we can hop back into the storyboard and show how we use character consistency and actors.
Yeah.
Just to keep the different, if you have multiple characters, maybe flux context and the grid system that we showed you with the stitching won't do because it's too many people and too many characters. And for this, we have actually made our own feature. To train
definitely doing a lot of talking. Hopefully you guys can hear this. It's probably going to sound
so maybe we'll just dive into that for
their audio on top of my audio. But
You can also show how to
pretty
do
important.
consistent location in the
Yes.
storyboard as well.
Yeah, so let's start with the actors. Like I said, for locations, I find it easy to just like daisy chain it from one shot to the next with Flux. Because you can say like, hey, show me this, but with alternate views of this inside interior. So that's a really quick way of getting both character and scene consistency. But for more complex narratives, or if you just are playing around with a lot of different scenes, like Nouveau said, you can screenshot them together, and that's how you inject them into the Flux context. But this is pretty cool. We built this. These are LoRa trained models, basically like very easy ways of fine tuning the main model so that when you're tagging a character, this kind of like fine tune takes over. And the first off is you should kind of pay attention to what mode you're in, because the quick draft is not that. The pro actor is where you have that good consistency. Your characters are saved globally. So for example, all these characters, I might have made them for previous projects, but you can pull them into other projects, which is really cool. It's actually a huge benefit. And then when you create an actor, this does take time. So I want to call out, this will take like 3 to 5 minutes to render. But basically, you can use them to describe the appearance or upload photos, and then you'll get these actors together. These are characters I've made, including, Baby Corbett down here. Yes. Fun fact though, it's hard to make like really good characters with old images because it's too grainy, so it doesn't look quite real. It's a random note, but you can use that and like use things to upscale it, etc. But I've actually been using the describe appearance one a lot. Previously, you can just upload photos and just drag and drop them here and name it, but you can also use descriptions. So some of the things I've done is I've just made I've used ChatGPT for like a description of an astronaut, for example, and I drop it in here. And this is not me trying hard, I just want to show how it works. But I can say like, give me an astronaut with blonde hair. Yeah, I'll say like short blonde hair. You can just describe. Honestly, I've used ChatGPT just to get like the quick images. But what I want to say is that it'll make like a draft first. And this is the preview, so this is not like the final. But the reason you have this is that actually training this model, like training the LoRa, is like a 3 to 5 minute computationally expensive process. And so you want to make sure that the draft, or like the draft character is correct. And then you can train the consistent character. Once you have a character, you can still put them into, actually like this, but look how much more real people look when you do this. Like, the problem with the default AI characters is that they look just kind of like uncanny and not like real people. But like this looks pretty real. I actually really like this result. And so I would probably use that as my character. I actually really love this one. And so if I like that, I can say, cool, like create this actor. And remember, first now we have the astronaut. I can take her and I can make I could put her in different outfits for different scenes. Like you're not locked in there. Like the character is really versatile. And so like here I made this like detective, and you can put them in different scenes and stuff. So when you're making that, you can it's running in the background now. But I want to call out like do the draft first, make sure that that's looking good. I usually put a lot more time into the prompts than that, but that turned out really well. Happy accident there. And then when you have that, you can tag your character here. So the character's not created yet, but I can tag like and I can tag my character here. So we'll make a really quick draft character just to show you this is not going to be good, but I'll say Maggie, an astronaut with short blonde hair. Oops. So again, not trying it all here.
Confused.
So show you so I can tag someone. The pro actor will take minutes to draft. This will be very quick, but honestly, I don't think quite as good. They'll do a lot of heavy lifting with the prompts. They'll enhance it by default, but you can control that, delete it, and push it in whatever direction you want. That's just kind of like an autofill to help you. But when I create this character, I can then start tagging them in all of my storyboard pieces. So that's how you can bring in a character kind of in any setting.
We also had a question about can the actor be not human? So the answer is unofficially yes. It can be. It works better with some weird creatures and like lively characters which aren't objects. For objects, I would prefer maybe using flux context, like we showed before, with the stitching capabilities and the other hacks that you have. But you can create non-human characters, again, unofficially in here.
So I made this character again, not to try very hard, but oops, sorry. But like I said, it's still training my actor that I made before, but I just had a realization I can just use characters from past ones. So you can basically say, I'm just using Maggie because it's the default placeholder in each of the names. But you can basically create the character from all of your past generations too. So I can take Bella here or Jim or whatever. And so once you do that, then the character will be in this list here. So now you have the character, and then when you go to tag them and the bottom, if you do the app prompt, you notice that it pops up here. So now I have the character. So basically, I didn't put even like a setting and style in here. So this project literally has no concept of where this character is supposed to be. So if I wanted to put them in the right context, I would say the location is the inside of an airlock of a spaceship. I would talk about all these things, but since I didn't do that, it just has Maggie here by herself because she's not in a space lock because I didn't give them that. Remember, I'm building this frame by frame, so I didn't actually say that. So I would put the location as inside of an airlock of a spaceship, and I would also change Maggie's clothing in the characters thing to be in the astronaut here, because here, she's not in that. It says clothing is a fitted white crew neck, so I'd say astronaut gear. This is very lazy prompting on my part. So these are global settings. So, oops, did I save it? Nope, I did not.
But you can also change the clothing within the actual, like the scene. You can change the clothing from scene to scene if you want.
Yeah. But I just want to point out those things. If you're struggling to get a result in the storyboard, note that it's probably a scene setting or global setting that's inhibiting you. So it's probably that, like, if the scene says that you're inside of a courtroom and you're trying to get a shot on the street, that you actually have a hard time doing that. So pay attention to both the global settings up here. So the style setting, the cast, all that's
important. Holy.
Stuff, and then pay attention to the scene settings down here when you're in the storyboard. And then, like I said, once you're kind of getting towards the point where you like your storyboard and you're getting into motion design, that's where I kind of switch over to the timeline. You can still have a new scene and then push that to the timeline. But when you do that, there needs to be videos there for it to push. If I click, send to timeline, it won't send static images from what I can remember.
I don't know if you mentioned, but you can see that you can change the clothing at the same place over here at the left, like we said before, and the style as well.
Yeah.
A question we had from Eva is about, do you have a specific prompt in syntax and grammar? The answer is no. If you feel like you're not getting accurate results for your prompt, I would really advise using any LLM bot, any chat bot, from ChatGPT to Claude, and just state the specific model that you're trying to generate with. So if it's a motion prompt and you're choosing view 2, for instance, if you say, give me like enhance this prompt for view 3, or enhance this prompt for flux. And then it will help you with the syntax and grammar that you need to achieve like, for a good, accurate result. We also, of course, have like a back-end prompt enhancement method, but if you still feel like it's not accurate enough, then it's a good method.
I would also say that it also works for like reverse engineering of shots or anything that you have. For example, upload an image to your favorite chatbot and describe that image in a way that another image generation AI can create it, and it will give you the instructions that you can just copy paste. It won't be one-to-one, just like the one that you uploaded, but it will help you reverse engineer and get like the general idea of what you need.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We've been hopping around trying to show as much as we can this hour, and I think we're showing the different strengths of the different parts of the platform. Again, like I use storyboarding not for just image generation and stuff, but more for like organizing my thoughts on the story. And again, it's not always a time because both have you seen, you can send that scene to the storyboard or to the timeline, but it'll only send the videos from what I remember. That's why I just put that generation is to have as a default. But again, please play on in the image and workspaces, like the motion workspace, etc. And you actually have motion you want to get. You can remember, I forgot this. Remember, I think this is again, but remember we did this one, which the zoom in here on the astronaut. It's pretty good actually. That front thing, you know, we had a good zoom in shot there. That was like zero effort at all. So hopefully we're trying to go through here quickly, but you can see like, you know, LTX, for example, the ability to do is like, you flux for one image, flux for the end image, and in between. You can get really good results without trying to
My hair, man.
Alright, let's see, I think we covered most of it. Let's see, the practice tips again, as a reminder, you share your submission up here, sorry, going back, you share your submission in the storyboard, let me go back a second, here, so it's in storyboard, as you're sharing the project, the image generation space is global, so it's all the project basically, so you share the final project with us then. Anything else you should cover, right, sort of info about like,
nothing else than just seeing the flow of the questions. So if anyone wrote out the post, or if anyone has some more questions, please write them down now. Gabriel, as for intellectual property rights, we are a platform for creating things. So it's nice because everything that you create is yours. We don't own it. It's like using the Adobe suite. When you create something, it's yours. But for instance, if you create the Superman's logo on Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator, then they can use it, then they can sue DC. So we don't take any responsibility for intellectual property rights. If you use something from copyright within domains, if it's public domain, you can definitely use it. Claudia, as for your question about working with LTX Studio and editing in a different software, the submission form that we have, you need to upload the final result. So the project isn't your actual final output. It's just a way for us to see that you use LTX Studio to create the assets and your story. This is why we ask you to share it with us. But then you need to download the actual video from LTX Studio, from the editing software that you choose to work with, and upload it in the submission form that you can find on the official Beyond the Prompt landing page that we showed earlier, and we also shared it in this chat. I'm going to paste it again.
Almost done. Sorry, everybody.
Later.
Should have probably done this beforehand.
Where they just showed you have the share button. You can share it with your collaborators, and you can also share it as an XML file to continue on editing. An XML file, even if you don't work with DaVinci or Premiere Pro, which import XML files, this just downloads a package of the entire assets. So it also gives you the audio assets that you've used or generated or just used from our library, and all of the separate shots and images. So you can also use that. You can export this package, and you can also, of course, export the MP4 video file output. For that is now showing up the timeline where you can edit if you don't use an external editing software.
Yeah, and also we got one quick question about taking stuff from the generation spaces into the timeline or storyboard. Real quick, remember these we just made the transitions. So I just made videos where it zooms on my helmet. If you want to put that into the timeline, just take a playhead wherever you want it. You click insert, so you can move things from that generation space to the from the generation space to the timeline. So that's how you get the videos there. And then for the images, the way I was doing that in storyboard, honestly, I was just downloading them and clicking upload. So I was just clicking upload and uploading a shot. I'm not sure if you can see my computer screen when I do that, but I was just clicking upload and I was uploading it from my desktop. So basically, I was going to the image space, making images, and just clicking this button here to download them. We'll maybe smooth over time to go between the different parts of the platform. But for me, I just download them to my desktop and then drop them in on the storyboard for the statics. And then for the videos, you do that in the timeline. You can drag any video you've generated from video space and then drop that into the timeline. Or static, I guess, statics too.
And we see we still have some questions about the submission, so let me just show it real quick. I can take over here. So over here at the landing page for the prompt that I just shared also in the chat, if you go to the competition info, or actually just join the competition on the right here, you can just jump right into this page. When you're ready to submit, this is where you submit your video. You enter this and then you get into this Google form. So you LTX Studio to make this project. So for submitting, you need to both share your project and submit the final video using this form. Get into this Google form. So you fill out your details for your name and contact info, so you can reach out if you need document, and then you just upload your video here and submit. If you're a team member, you'll have to also fill out your other teammates' details, but you just need to upload your file. And also, and this is what we are showing here, I confirmed that I've shared my project with LTX Studio at LTX.com, so you copy that, go back to your project, say this is my amazing submission for LTX Studio competition. I share this project with LTX Studio at LTX.com as a viewer, invite this email, you can see it's become a viewer, and then we can see that you've actually used LTX Studio to make this project. So for submitting, you can both share your project and submit the final video using this form that can be found at the landing page that I've landing page over here.
We got a few more questions too. So I really appreciate all the questions and interest. We're doing our best to answer them. Let me I can share a few quick things. So going back to this project, we got one note about dialogue. Again, my story's getting a little bit hectic because I lost the plot towards the end. I was dropping many things. But if you notice here, when it is characters, you can do character dialogue. There's no face detected here, but here there is. So I clicked dialogue, and you can add dialogue. That's one way. There's many ways to do sounds. I think my favorite way to do sounds though is the timeline. Honestly, a lot of people will record their own voiceovers and use that to pull in the audio. So for example, we went here. You can upload a sound file, and so that could be a sound effect, narration, etc. And again, like I have from another project, I have this big explosion thing here. You know, whatever, or maybe on the rope snapping. You can drop these in separate audio layers. Again, my project started with coherence, but you have this sound explosion down here, so you can play multiple things. You can have a backing track, etc. And then we do have voiceover options here too. So each of your characters, you can select a voice in that casting characters thing. So hopefully, I can mark that in the answers part live, but you can do it on the storyboard. You can do a lot of stuff with audio and timeline. I've been using the timeline honestly, mostly.
We're asked about the version of LTX Studio we're using here. This is the updated version. We don't offer versions. It's an online.
The question is more which plan this represents. I think this is the Pro tier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, go ahead.
The Pro tier has the VO3 video generation adjustability of the feature. You can use VO3 only with Pro, just because it costs a lot. I also gave that as a tip. Maybe you didn't read other answers, which makes sense. You have about 80 and more of those. But I have a specific tip for using the generated video for generating videos. I think you should start by using LTX Turbo just to see the direction, and if you are happy with just the overall asset, how it looks like, the action, the motion, the setup, just as like a draft, and then use VO2, 3 to generate the final result, just because it's really expensive. So please take that under consideration. The standard tier and above have all the other features. Actors Pro, for instance, is only available if you are standard, if you only have the standard plan or above. So free and light tiers do not have Actors Pro, the ability to cast actors using the LoRa technology.
Mm-hmm. And who are you? I was just playing around while the was talking, but someone's asking about you haven't shown how you can make characters speak. But like I said, you can do it in kind of the storyboard. But I've just been often dropping in narration. I was showing this quick example where I dropped in narration this way. You basically just generate a clip, and you notice the who are you I just dropped in right here. So that's easiest when it's not lip syncing, but you can do there's a lip sync option. But honestly, for my quick tip is for these short stories, I feel like it works best when it's like narration, or you can choose a shot selection so that it's voiced over over the shoulder or something. I find that best to keep the narrative feel. But yeah, you can do lip sync as well. And yeah, I think with everything I showed you, honestly, I'm in the Pro version. You'd still be able to do everything I showed you with the Pro and compute credits. But yeah, you want to be, as Nico said, you want to be more conscious of how you use that here, and you can see your usage in the the manage account. I gave myself a hack, I gave myself many compute credits because I'm cheating, and I needed to show you guys lots of stuff. So I gave myself tons, but you can see here how much compute seconds you have left in that section there in the manage account part. And no, I will not give you 10 million credits. This was just for this demo. Okay, cool. I think we got a lot of these. It's been great having all the questions come in and engagement. Is there anything else we should cover?
There was a question that you played the final result that we did, like with the Cosmo.
Yeah. Okay. One note on that. Actually, I will do that. I'm gonna drop it in the Discord channel, and I'll even I'll drop that and I'll share like a screenshot of what the final timeline and project looks like. But the reason I want to do that is you have to watch me do some boring work of. If you remember, I was just doing this to work on it with you together. The timeline doesn't have all my shot selection. I'll show you one example. We did this with the rope frame together, but I have lots of other shots that I generated that I want to swap in and out. It's pretty good by default. Again, this is no editing. I'll show you the first part with no editing. I would change that sound effect. Remember, sound effects are auto-generated with E.V.E, and I think it's like off. So I would click, so I watch it until I find something that makes me mad, and then I fix it. And so this is the first part I would edit. So I would go into soundtracks, do a rope breaking, and I would regenerate the result with the audio off, and then drop this back in here. So then the rope would snap. I would take the rope snap. And I don't like the rope would be there, so I don't anything. So I'm not like happy with it. I don't want to share it to like fix it. But one good example is like here, where the character gets stuck into the black hole, and then turns into the person. There's a zoom in and it turns into the person. I actually did spend a little bit of time before the call playing around with that. In the sorry, I can show you in two ways. Basically, in the motion setting, I was playing around with that condition, and I did get ones that I liked. And so I would drop those into the timeline. But I did a lot of motion just experiments with him, in the transition part. And so I was just trying to find something that like went from 8-bit to realistic. And so like I played around the ones that I wasn't happy with until I found something I liked, and then I used timeline to pull it in. And I want some like fun sound design. So I think that's kind of climax is when the character turns into the person. So yeah, I found something I like. I had some good sound design, but I will touch this up, just a real simple one, and see that as my submission, and then you all can beat me, spend a little more time doing it and make it better.
And with this being said, I just want to give the smallest, most important tip for winning this competition. We're looking for a unique point of view. We're looking for a unique way of telling a story. Of course, a good story is strong if your story is interesting, but remember, this is a 1 minute long story.
Unique way.
It's a very short way of saying something to the world and expressing yourself.
Oh my Hannah. It's terrible spelling today. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting close. We're getting close.
It can be also not narrative. It can be something that is a bit more artistic, but it does need to tell some story. And then what it means is that you have to show.
Okay, probably document that too. Let me see. How do you say it?
Looking for a unique point of view. We're looking for a unique way of telling a story. Of course, a good story is strong if your story is interesting, but remember, this is a 1 minute long story. It's a very short way of saying something to the world and expressing yourself. It can be also not narrative. It can be something that is a bit more artistic, but it does need to tell some story. And then what?
Sorry, shouldn't sort.
Long story. It's a very short way of saying something to the world and expressing. Yourself. It can be also not narrative. It can be something that is a bit more artistic, but it does need to tell some story. And then what it means is that you have to show your unique point of view, your creative edge. This is what we're looking with this stuff. Competition, a creative edge, because we are really trying to get AI into these dark places of examining how well it can perform. And how you can use it to bring your voice and your uniqueness. How well it can perform and how you can use it to bring your voice and your uniqueness into to this new technology growing world. So this is what we're looking for. They try to have some amazing assets, some amazing visuals, and try to get us to get to know you through these submissions. Yeah, I lagged.
Corbett would have been disqualified had he submitted this one because it's longer than a minute.
Very, very true. To be fair, what I would do, that's a great point. What I would do, if you notice here, these are all default clips. They were all, like 5 seconds. It's boring. You want to change up the shot selection. So, for example, I make some shots shorter, some longer. Like you want more variety in that. So, yes, this would have disqualified. It's already like a minute and almost 2 minutes. And so, it'd be really economical using shot selection. But as we both said, it's also about the point of view. We'd love to see something experimental, something dark, something touching anything. This was kind of just hey, Dash, give me a story I can talk about it, whatever. But that'll do. Cool. I think we got it. Thank you everyone for the amazing attention and questions. Hopefully we answered enough during it, and it'll be to be continued on the Discord channel where we can still pepper us all with questions, and we'll be here to answer them.
Okay. Chewed through that. Sorry for the fast forwarding. We got some notes. I think what I'm gonna do is just run this through ChatGPT quick. Okie dokie. Clear narrative arc, strong visual identity, use LTX. I didn't spend a lot of time on that. Because yeah, Evelyn's story is pretty big. So we could actually show an episode of hers that we never see in the series after she gets thrown into the aqua aquifer, maybe her coming out of it. And that'll mimic kind of how the intro starts of people washing up on the shore. Callian and Callia are more on the beach. Evelyn will be on the river bank. And then the desert in the future. Okay, I need to write that down before I forget it. So I think next what I'll do is either, yeah, not sold on that. I like the direction. But before we lock in, let's go to one of our major inspirations. Seven minutes. Not gonna watch that one yet. Just curious about these ones.
This is Ozzy Marie. Epidemita 227. I am seeking rescue.
Truth be told, I always thought I would die somewhere far away from home. But we're not just responsible for ourselves here.
Well, I hope you brought some comfortable shoes, Lilo.
No, I don't have shoes.
This place. Nothing really makes sense. It's like a puzzle.
We just can't help the instinct to give meaning to things. something out there.
Ursula, get your knife out.
Nothing is safe out here.
I think there's more to this planet than we realize.
The world shares things with me. Things that are far beyond what's right in front of me. Your time is short.
What's happening to me?
You're so close.
This is Ozzy Noreen. With the planetary freighter ship to meet at 227. Is there anybody out there? If anyone is hearing this, I need rescue. Now. Now, please. Please.
Oh, this is definitely.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater?
And in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat.
I thought Grammarly just fixed grammar. They make boats now?
It's more of a metaphorical boat, because I've been using Grammarly's AI for years to keep me high and dry. Try it. Grammarly can look through your writing to make it easier to understand. See? Shorter.
Whoa,
Clearer.
cool.
And better. Now people will get what you're trying to say. You won't be flooded with confused emails. Can you do mine? No problem. Your writing's good, but your word choices could be better. Wow. Now your writing is as confident as you are.
Oh, well, what about our proposal?
Let me take a look. Woof. We'll be in deep water if you show this to the CEO. Grammarly can point out what's missing. Right there. The CEO will want to see a deadline. And here you should connect the projections back to company strategy.
Yeah, how should I do that?
Can you do a deep dive?
Hey, we're getting somewhere. So crazy, just hanging out the sides of animals. Oh, Levi. Still haven't watched it. Yeah, it's like this is the type, I think. There just needs to be like no narrative dialogue. Let the ambience speak for itself, let the visuals speak for itself.
It's like a puzzle.
Yeah, maybe this type of narrative even.
Nothing really makes sense in the way we know it.
The reveal, like 40 seconds. Yeah, stuff like that would be cool.
Ursula, what is happening to me?
I don't know.
Hmm. This is longer than a minute. I was thinking that was gonna be a minute. Definitely don't have anything like this. I'm just thinking like art style, shots, action. Because like a lot of that was kind of like his space tether type scene there. There could just be less of it. You could cut that down to like 2 or 3 shots, so it's 620, 615. So you still have an extra 20 seconds. So it goes 720. Definitely a powerful ending. Gets me. They basically go through all that work just to get like a glimpse of being home. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good.
has his share of that curse. So we are cursed with what we are doing here.
While I was watching the stellar new animated science fiction show Scavenger's Reign, he talks about the Amazon rainforest.
Taking a close look at what's around us, there is some sort of a harmony. It is the harmony of overwhelming and collective murder. And we have to become humble in front of this overwhelming misery and overwhelming fornication and overwhelming lack of order. We have to get acquainted to this idea that there is no real harmony as we have conceived it.
It's easy to laugh at Herzog with his German accented intensity and grave, sometimes grandiose language, but he's conveying what I think is ultimately a profound perspective on nature and humanity's relation to it, a perspective that's evoked by his own movies and by Scavenger's Reign. Burden of Dreams documents the making of Fitzcarraldo, Herzog's film about a man's determination to drag a massive 360-ton steamship over a mountain in the Amazon jungle, a feat that Herzog, his crew, and local indigenous tribes actually accomplished. As the doc shows, making Fitzcarraldo was a punishing experience, the never-ending hardships of living and working in the attempts to conceptualize it, which is ultimately more to character, is really the planet itself. The artists and animators spend a lot of time showing the plant and animal life of Vesta Minor and how they interact in a complex ecosystem. What's equally complex are the interactions between the planet and the humans. The characters use nature and are used by it. They form symbiotic relationships with alien animal and enlightened, while the crew member came in as exploitings of nature. The planet is not an enemy or a friend. Vesta Minor isn't just a Garden of Eden, and human beings aren't just avaricious destroyers. Instead of a mawkish environment, I'm a truly alien world. You know, viewers and critics keep coming back to this point, that Scavenger's Reign actually feels alien. Personally, I don't think that's down to the bizarre and gorgeous creature and landscape designs, which are really no more bizarre than what you might see in a David Attenborough documentary. I think it comes from the presentation of a world, like Herzog's presentation of the jungle, that is indifferent to the human need to understand it. In this respect, there's something essentially alien about Earth as well, something that fills us with dread and wonder, something that makes our values look absurd. It reminds me of this great scene from Aguirre where the leader of the conquistadors, who are days, hours away from being fully destroyed by the jungle, suddenly announces,
Alles Land hier zu unserer Linken und alles Land zur Rechten gehört von nun an uns.
The jungle's response to this ridiculous pronouncement is silence. And that unfathomable silence is what's alien, what's foreign to us. As Herzog says, there is no harmony as we have conceived it, the key word being conceived. There's a reality beyond our conception, one we can never access, identical strangeness. This is what Scavenger's Reign accomplishes by foregrounding the ecosystem of Vesta Minor. In that ecosystem, in that strangeness, we feel our limits, which is humbling, even a little disturbing, but that feeling is also the closest we can ever get to the real.
Okay. Not that I'm going to directly copy off that, but it's going to be some inspiration here, because I think that hand-drawn mode definitely looked a little appealing there. Yeah, there was a lot to take in there. Oh, look at that. It has been updated. Perfect. Good timing. Scribble, hand-drawn, Y2K. Cinematic. Kind of want to jump into this just to get a style down before we lock in story, because depending on our style, like if we are doing the scavenger type thing, then our world could be a lot more fanciful. But if we're doing realism, then I think that's going to take away, because from what I've generated in VO3, that stuff just kind of looked cheesy and hokey. If we present these episodes like the Animatrix, then they're any style. Echoes of stories, so we need to write that down. Okay, that took a little bit longer than to spit out. Do we have any viewers? No. So, might take a little breaky poo, but keep the stream going. I'm hoping to connect with a few people here, especially in the early stage. This was a minute, but this doesn't have a story, right? Can also use film supply. I'm gonna take a break, a little breaky poo. Okay. ERB. Actually, let's do 210. Back at 230. Oh, okay. fan's going nuts, but it's actually kind of nice out. A little toasty in here. What the heck was that? Alright. We are back. Okay, so we need to lock in the story. Sorry for eating. Just get a little fuel. Not a good start. Jeez. See, hopefully that does it. What? Oh, there we go. Okay. This might be too hard to generate with AI. Like, it's hard to write a script for something because you don't know what quality you're going to be generating. I think we just opt for the hand-drawn on this one. hand drawn means we can get more fanciful. So that also makes me think of Ethan. That one would be pretty cool too. Chipolina, relax. What are you doing? You need to simmer. Making too much ruckus out there. What are you doing? Probably smells the cinnamon raisin. He's like, yo, bro, I want some of that. You're looking for some water. Like I said, good wildlife. I could probably actually maybe show you. Get the wildlife cam going. Oh no. Doesn't seem to want to work. 188.30. Yeah, I don't know. What happened to that camera? Weird. What's going on here? Oh, shit. It's working now. We got her. Oh yeah. Scrambles. The other thought I had was soldiers. Compound. Sorry, scratch cam. That's funny. That was probably pretty gross. I'm thinking, sorry. Oh, what was I just thinking about? I feel like there was another animation, like Scavengers, which unfortunately kind of was what I had written. What was that called? Oh, that is bugging me. I should remember because it was exactly, well, not exactly, but pretty close to what I imagine happens to Ethan's wife. The Mars effect? I feel like it's called Mars something for some reason. I was trying to avoid going in here because it's going to be a mess, but maybe it's in here.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. Good evening, my fellow citizens. A series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation.
it should be in there. It was in and around the same time as Scavenger's. Oh, come on, be in here. Damn. It's not HBO. What would be the other one? This is bugging me. Should have had it saved somewhere. Mars Trilogy. No. this is bugging me. What the heck is that called? Man, this is gonna really bug me. Please let this be it. Yes, thank you. Holy.
Humans have always deceived us. I mean, Ruby, Carlos didn't let you in? Oh, he's updating too.
My daughter, June. Now she's disappeared, along with her roommate. The police are after her for hacking.
Sobriety mode activated. Yeah, turn it off.
Both students disappeared. Could there be a common link?
This about the robot jailbreaking?
She tried to shut him off. The android's defending himself.
What else can we do? Evelyn. something out there. Oh, so many options. Something I probably didn't need to stream. Don't have anything about robot. Oh, robot. How could we have forgotten about robots? Robot. Getting lost as a child. Oh, what's his name? Andrew Kramer. Kramer. How to spell his last name, sorry. Man, my hair does not want to stay. Out of sight. I put it in the bun like 3 times. Yeah, they're just like, oh, well, like, sit in a chair, switch between shots. That should be enough, anyways.
Hello, here for the 60-second product manager, here to talk about storytelling. We often have facts and data and presentations coming out of our ears in product, but is it the best way that we can persuade or to influence people?
You ever heard of the dude named Walter? Imagine holding the power to captivate, to inspire, to influence. That's the art of storytelling, hero. This hero doesn't have to slay dragons. They could be overcoming a personal challenge. It's about the journey, not the destination.
Every good story needs to have these three things. Without it, there's no story. It needs to have a character that has a want and there's an obstacle. The more interesting the character, the more flaws, the more nuance, the more interesting the story becomes. No really good character in fiction is obstacle. The more interesting the character, the more flaws, the more new. Nuance, the more interesting the story becomes. No really good character in fiction is purely evil or purely good. The evil characters have traits of goodness in them, and the good characters have traits of badness in them. So when we create characters, we need to think about that. When we think about how to use this in storytelling or even marketing, we can think, who's the character that I want to serve? Who is my ideal client avatar? Every good story needs to have these three things. Without it,
Join me as I take on the challenge of telling a complete story in just 60 seconds, leave lasting impressions. But what happens when we're forced to condense our narrative into an extremely short time frame? Can we still craft a compelling story that resonates with our audience? We've all been there, trying to tell a friend about our amazing weekend, but getting stuck in the details and watching their eyes glaze over. Or attempting to pitch an idea to a colleague, only to realize we've gone way over time. The struggle is real, especially in today's fast-paced world where attention spans are shorter than ever. We're constantly bombarded with information to get caught up in the detail to its most essential elements. We need a relatable character.
Here's how to tell a compelling story in under 60 seconds. So a few weeks ago, I was analyzing the video strategy of very successful companies. I realized they all had one thing in common. They focused less on selling and more on storytelling. This approach not only boosted engagement, but also created a loyal customer base. It was a light bulb moment for me, and I immediately started rethinking how we approach our video content strategy. Here's 3 secrets to effective storytelling in video. Number 1, start with conflict. Introduce a problem early to hook you.
Almost gave up. I like that. And that's what I kind of been doing.
Telling in video. Number 1, start with conflict.
Starts with conflict.
Introduce a problem early to hook your viewer. Number 2, show, don't tell. Use videos and actions to convey your story more powerfully than just words alone. Number 3, emotions and actions to convey your story more powerfully than just. Number 2, show, don't tell. Use videos and actions to convey your story more powerfully. Than just words alone. Number 3, emotional connection. Tap into emotions with personal anecdotes or universal stories so that you grab your audience by the heart. So if you're
I think that's what he's meaning, right?
an ambitious entrepreneur seeking to grow your business, your profits, and you want the American dream, subscribe.
Nope.
Many directors believe that 1 minute
Yeah, this will be the last one we watch. This is pretty handy. Maybe. Gonna be a little bit longer. I don't know if we're gonna get to generations today, but we're gonna try to exercise. Holy. Holy moly. Was not expecting that. That was good. Wow. Definitely emotional. Wasn't really science fiction, that one that we just watched. Good too. Credits look sick. Yeah, I like the credits.
Je me souviens qu'à mon arrivée dans la ville, ces écrans n'existaient pas. Nos imaginations s'emballaient encore à la simple vue d'un nuage dans le ciel. On ne regarde plus vraiment les nuages ces temps-ci. Nos pupilles sont constamment ancrées sur les écrans omniprésents. Nos vies sont artificielles, nos amitiés digitales. Nos nouveaux compagnons sont en symbiose. Nous négligeons ces corps que nous traînions autrefois dans l'espace physique. Seules persistent, mais pour combien de temps, les idées de nous-mêmes d'avant les écrans. Mais elles commencent à dater et seront bientôt elles aussi reléguées.
What are you doing?
Adaptation?
Hey, silly. Call player one.
Answer. No, I'll call you back later.
I need 400.
All
Didn't mind that. Let's see if we can find one more. One more. Sonar fixes. Sonar fixes. Well, this is good because there's nothing really. There we go. Hopefully that gets me into something. we got?
Avatar 2009, directed by James Cameron.
In the near future, a top secret, but something goes horribly wrong.
The signal came from the Orion sector. 40 years of silence until today. Encrypted transmission. Wait, that voice, it's mine. Kale, don't come. We're not what we were. I couldn't ignore it. I flew straight to the source.
Hoi.
The station was alive.
We just gotta beat that. Just gotta be able to beat that.
David, there's been a breach in Sector 3. This transceiver has been programmed with the exact coordinates. Please, waste no time. We cannot afford to lose them.
So, no more sphinxes.
Point estimated impact in 60 seconds. I urge everyone, please stay with loved ones and hold them.
I like that, the countdown. That's tight. Because instead of words.
I feel as if I'm falling in doubt with this burning envy. A lifetime.
The procedure will start at 0130.
Welcome to now Master Lake Corporation.
This is not.
This is just a dream.
She's not even wearing anything. Like, what is happening? That one hopefully is promising.
No!
I search the stars for someone else. Anyone else. Everywhere I go, the story is the same. They've been here. But where did they go? And who were they?
Pretty good. There we go. That's a good one. Just as a reference for kind of the closest we're gonna get. We're not gonna copy it, but like just the establishing shots, silhouettes, narration.
Before.
I kind of have some of these points written right, like Cam, I know you're in there. Let us in. Or the thing that Ethan said about. I can't remember right now. Something about like. I thought it was going to be all over. That's your. What did that guy say?
Everywhere I go, the story is the same. They've been here. But where did they go?
Start with conflict. Yeah. Okay. Let me keep watching this. Now my favorite.
Sonar sphinxes. I suspect these creatures were once domesticated cats, simply because humans are long gone, yet they still respond to human pheromones. Very hostile creatures, unless you smell like a human. And just like cats, they purr, but the larynx organ has evolved to emit strong sonar waves, and their unique ears have adapted to see the world through sound. But why? I can't help but speculate that this evolutionary development was triggered by the towers. End of research log.
Sonar sphinxes.
too short to tell a story effectively. I disagree. I believe that it's mainly a matter of understanding the advantage of short time and the strategies for telling a story. The best examples of ultra-short films have always been commercials, whose television tight times require for creative and directors to formulate a very short storytelling and sometimes achieve extraordinary results. But I want to show you something concrete.
Now, dear boy, look at you.
Where have you been?
It's been 10 years.
I did wait.
10 years, huh? Where have you been? Just look at you.
Did you find love?
Yes, I found love. I found a lot of things. Sorry. I guess I just started this all.
Beautiful and touching, this film is actually a TV commercial made by... Let's try to observe the timeline. I've divided the individual shots and colored differently the 5 moments of the story. The film begins with the introduction of the protagonist and the people reading him.
Now, dear boy, look at where have you been? It's been 10 years.
I did wait.
Then a second part where we begin to see his memories of an extraordinary journey.
Did you find love?
Yes.
The third part is introduced by a question that...
Wow, cool. Huh, interesting. some peeps. Oh, that'll be. He said he'd let me know. What I really would like is my boy Matty B. Because I need to win him over, but not that I need to win him over, but if I can get him to see the vision, he's a good challenger. I like it. It's constructive. Sometimes. Just kidding. Yeah. We need to lock in, or do we just test a couple things in LTX and see what translates the best? Those in there, clean up notes.
What is happening? Ursula? Ursula? What is happening to me?
I don't know.
Cat probably eat my chipmunk. Okay. Yeah, definitely not exciting, but I thought we'd get a few more viewers today. How long have we been streaming for? Oh, close to 4 hours. Might end it at 4 hours if nobody hops in. Time tracker. sec. Never fucking spell this word. Whew, feeling good. That was tight. They nailed it. Nailed it, except that last, well, actually I just thought of an additional scene, so I didn't even just nailed it. Okay, well, let's just paste this and see what happens. Cool. What? Oh, going into LTX. Silly. Stick to script. This is probably where we'll do character reference, I guess, with Ethan. Dr. Amelia Grant. That's so crazy. One of my characters, Ethan, well, his last name, Ethan Grant. And they chose Grant for her. That's crazy. Yeah, it was Ethan Grant was his name. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Well, this isn't eating up processing power. Sorry for standing. I got to take another break shortly. I'm just curious to see what happens here. Not quite. Scavenger style. Yeah, we'll do that and we'll come back 5 minutes. Like Caillou. capture this note. I don't have much faith in the auto generator. Surprised somebody didn't take like a picture of them all and put it in a grid. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Okay, got enough for our first images.
College wasn't just about the classes or the grades. It was about finding ourselves.
All right, here's one for you. If you're ever out of phone storage, just like
bring your ideas to life like never before. Every molecule, every atom is a piece of a puzzle billions of years in the making.
Remember, multiplication is just repeated addition. So if you're doing 3 times 4,
remember, power without control is chaos. To master the arc.
Though the night be dark and
Bring your attention to this moment. The city loomed beneath a sky painted in ash and shadow, its heartbeat a symphony of whispers.
hello, class.
The evidence doesn't lie, and neither do I. Someone in the city thinks they're untouchable, but trust me, they're already on bar.
You have no idea how much power you hold in the sound of your voice.
School was like such a mix. One minute it's like stressing over each line we draw, each material we choose, reflects a commitment to excellence and a belief that great design changes the way we live.
Back then, summers felt endless, and the world seemed so much bigger.
I mean, that's pretty badass. But I'm worried it's a different style. We'll see. I'm starting to get a little hungry. I said it was going to stop at 4. But now we're just finally getting into the fun stuff.
Ever wondered what your GPU actually does in Blender?
Like anything was possible if you just wandered far enough. Back then, summers felt endless.
Really hope this isn't using up my credits. Not sure I put it on 10. That was silly. No, I think we're gonna go back to the 60. I mean, that's probably the best we're gonna get. Scribble might be interesting. Maybe we'll flip back to hand-drawn. Maybe we'll do a 2D novel. And we'll try grunge. Low key. Y2K. Yeah, I could even try all of them. Outside a 3D cartoon. Dreamy. Pop. Indie. Vintage. looks like I've been using some. Maybe 93. Oh yeah. Okay. Scribble could be cool. Scribble could be freaking cool. Liking it. Pretty good too. Nice. No, it doesn't look like it's using it. Sweet. Maybe not. I mean, it looks better than the last one, but yeah, it's definitely Caillou. Don't want that. Caillou on people exploding and dying. This one's probably gonna be like the colored one, I assume. Nice. I really want to stick with the one robot design here. Oh, it is using it. It is using it. chewing through it, but ugh. Oh, you fuck. Ugh. I messed up. I didn't see those silver and blue. It was clearly there, but that's a little better. We will go with that. I don't know, the scribble is pretty cool. We might do the scribble. I wonder if we can roto them. And then give them color. don't know where the freaking fruit flies are coming from. I literally get one every day. Well, we're coming to the tail end, so might as well generate this, see what happens. I don't know how many I started with, but the last time we checked it was 330. So he's putting about 400 seconds, 330, so I imagine it was probably 10,000 for some reason. Should only been 90. Oh, maybe my free account gave me some. So 800 computing seconds. So is that 98? Oh, that doesn't make sense because there's another 3,000 there. In Eve, the Fall, and the Rescue, Captain Ethan Grant and his crew face a catastrophic descent. As chaos ensues, Dr. Olivia Carter falls from the ship, prompting Robot to break everything to save her. After a harrowing landing... didn't capture it properly. Oh, this is the synopsis. The interior features a spacecraft cockpit featuring sleek metal surfaces, unlimited control panels with blinking lights, and panoramic view of the turbulent atmosphere outside. The spacecraft descends violently through the atmosphere inside, flashing red lights illuminating cramped cockpit as alarms blare loudly. The crew braces against the turbulence, with Ethan Grant gripping the controls tightly, his face a mask of concentration and fear. The exterior of the spacecraft midair, surrounded by dark storms, clouds, and debris. The scene is chaotic, with pieces of the ship cargo scattering through the sky, creating a sense of what? Creating a sense of impending doom and urgency. Exterior shot of the spacecraft as it spills into the rear half, shearing away dramatically. Bodies and cargo are violently pulled out of the chaos of the atmosphere. Last to be pulled out is at as she's pulled out of the Okay. 5 o'clock. Okay. I will. Wow. Didn't really say how long. What is it making? What is it making? Holy. Well, pretty cool, but definitely got a lot of work to do. Definitely have a lot of work to do. Like, what is all this? Like, Like, it's repeating, like, great use of credits there. Freaking beautiful. Other than the lighting looks a little off, but a lot of scenes. I don't think I want to preview it yet because we have 8 scenes. And we currently have 13, 11, it's 24, 36, 43, 50, 62, 74, 79 shots. A lot of it's repeat. So I'm probably going to leave it there for today, I think. And we'll tweak those parameters tomorrow. Anyways, if you've come by and you've stuck around to the end here, I appreciate you. Definitely let me know. Subscribe, like, comment. If there's anything you'd like to see down the road. Any suggestions that you've seen from the work I've done today and direction that I should take for tomorrow. That'd be great. But anyways, we still have 185 hours and 48 minutes to complete this thing. Obviously, like, that's the last kind of minute, but we don't want to be doing that, but still got lots of time. But hopefully we can start generating some previews tomorrow. What we've generated so far is promising. We just got to really dial it in. It's not going to be a one-click hit render, hit generate, and then all my scenes will magically happen, right? Like, all these are women, so we'll have to try to figure out to change that. We kind of took the easy way. He didn't say to use the quick draft first. So as a result, we ate through some credits. Can't remember what we started with. Likely 9330 or 93,300. So what first time I noticed. So we could say 95 or possibly 100,000. And our generations today took 10% of our credits. And we're about halfway there, so yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking, but we should be able to manage. Anyways, rambling. Thanks for your time. See you guys on the flip side. Peace.